This telecast is copyrighted by the 2016 Republican National Convention for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast without the RNC's consent is prohibited. Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please welcome Chairman Reince Priebus.
Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fifth session of the 2016 Republican National Convention. The convention will come to order. Now, please welcome America's Got Talent contestant and singing sensation, Heavenly Joy.
Beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains, majesty above the fruited plains. Oh, America, America, God sheds grace on thee, and crowned thy good with brotherhood. His truth is marching
Wow, 5 years old. Amazing. Would everyone please rise for the presentation of the colors? The colors tonight will be presented by the Veterans of Foreign Wars, Ohio 7th District, Geneva Post 6846.
Color guard! Halt! Left, face! Freezing! Colors!
To lead us in tonight's Pledge of Allegiance, please welcome Marine Corps veteran, former police officer, and president of the Family Research Council, Tony Perkins.
Thank you. And delegate from the great state of Louisiana. Join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please welcome country music recording artist Ayla Brown to sing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Leading us in tonight's invocation, please welcome Reverend Dr. Steve Bailey, the Superintendent of North Coast District United Methodist Church.
Let us pray. Eternal God, we invite your Spirit to come into this room and guide our actions tonight. Our faith traditions are united in recognition that you are the creator of all that is. You move on a scale and in ways that we can scarcely comprehend. But your grace and love reach through space and time to claim us, guide us, and make us your own. We are not here tonight to ask you to bless what we have designed. We are here to ask you to transform us, to make us better, make us courageous, make us tireless in seeking a more just nation for all who live in this land. We are united in our discontent, for we know that the world can be made better. We know that it's not right, that racism continues to wound and destroy the lives of many in this land. From judgments made in response to language or ethnicity, to inadequate schools that fail to serve their students, to incivility received at the grocery store or on college campuses. We know that we will only be a great nation when we are a good nation, when every citizen is fully vested in the promises of citizenship and shares in the opportunities of this great land. We know that it's not right when lives are destroyed by addiction, when our justice system favors some and punishes others, when children and women are trafficked in our streets, or when people are denigrated because of who they are or whom they love. We know that it's not right when we stand in the streets and shout insults at each other, when we attack those who risk their lives to protect us, when we harden our hearts to those we call the enemy, when we can no longer find common ground upon which we can build a better future. Forgive us, O God. O eternal God, hope of all who call out to you, work through our leaders who have been entrusted to act on our behalf. Remind us that as we wield great power, we also bear great responsibility. And remind us that each of our lives matters. Our voice, our example, our values, and our service. May we each be a pivot point where the world swings from what it is to what it can be. We may call you by different names. We may pray in different languages. We may come from a multitude of perspectives. But tonight, we share this moment in history as we live together on this fragile planet. Give us grace. Give us courage. Give us compassion. And give us hope. Amen.
Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
Please welcome back Tony Perkins.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. I'm here speaking tonight in my personal capacity and not on behalf of any of the nonprofit organizations that I lead. We have gathered here in Cleveland to select the Republican nominee for president, and we have accomplished that mission. Donald Trump is the nominee of the Republican Party. And I will be voting for Donald Trump in November, and I will urge my fellow Americans to do the same. Allow me to explain why. Tonight we focus on making America one again. In the pledge that we just recited, we said we are one nation under God. Congress added the words "under God" to the Pledge of Allegiance in 1954. The context in which those words were added is instructive. The Cold War had begun. As a nation, we faced an existential threat. You might remember children practiced the art of duck and cover in classrooms across the country, fearing nuclear attacks. The threat to our nation's survival was real. It was just as real then as it is today. The difference is President Eisenhower knew where to place America's trust. And upon hearing a sermon by Reverend George Dougherty delivered, President Eisenhower prompted Congress to adopt the words "under God." The Reverend Dougherty had pointed to the words of the first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, speaking to a divided nation at Gettysburg. Lincoln said, "Under God, this people shall know a new birth of freedom." A lot has changed since then, but the source of America's hope and future has not. It is found in the same place today as it was in 1863 and in 1954, under God. But, my friends, our freedom to appeal to and unite under God has been under steady assault. This is why we must stop those in our government and on our courts who have either in principle or practice attempted to remove these two words, under God, and all that they mean from public life here in America. From his judicial nominees, to his running mate, to the party platform and the policies it promotes, Donald Trump has committed to upholding and protecting the first freedom and therefore our ability as citizens to unite our nation once again under God. Let us go forth from here and do that work. Thank you, and God bless you.
I think what people should know about Donald Trump is that he cares and appreciates people more than he's given credit for.
I can tell you that it's usually the first thing out of my mouth. I'm extremely proud to work for the Trump family. I'm extremely proud to work for the Trump organization.
I've never seen the difference between a female and a male within our company. If you look at the Trump organization, I would say there's probably more females than there are males.
The Trump organization has more minorities and female executives than any organization or firm for which I've ever worked.
He gave me a tremendous amount of responsibility. He mentored me through the entire process. He was always extremely available. He was supportive of me when I had my daughter 4 years ago.
He is a mentor to so many, and he is kind, and I think that's something that doesn't necessarily get out there as much as it should, but he is a kind person who loves to help people.
I think one of Mr. Trump's greatest talents is being able to see within you what your strengths are. Strengths that you might not have even recognized within yourself.
He expects a lot out of his employees, but I think that's why he's so successful. He makes you want to work harder.
He sort of drives people to excel. He finds talent in people that they don't know exist sometimes, and I think that's incredibly inspiring. He's inspiring.
And he's always had a knack for finding the right talent and matching that person up with the right position, and that person being extremely successful.
He extracts the most from people because people want to measure up to his expectations.
He sees things beyond what I think, the average person does. So the thinking big. He has an ability to clearly negotiate, get deals done.
He's tough. He is someone who gets things done and attacks a challenge, which, again, is something that a lot of people shy away from.
He's always come in ahead of schedule and under budget on all of his projects, and I expect him to do the same for this country.
The man is a machine. I mean, he wakes up, he loves what he does. He's so passionate about what he does, and he works harder than anyone I know.
I think of Mr. Trump in terms of very demanding, incisive, a strategic thinker, high expectations.
They always say in business, you are what you deliver, not what you promise. And I know for a fact that he's going to deliver everything that he says. And that's what he's done at his companies, and that's what he's going to continue to do. So he's going to be an extremely successful president, and I look forward to seeing it.
Please welcome President of Liberty University, Jerry Falwell, Jr.
Thank you. I am so honored and humbled to be here tonight. In 1984, my father stood at this convention and offered the opening prayer before our party's candidate, Ronald Reagan, went on to accept the nomination and win in a landslide. A little over 30 years later, I stand here with the sincerest prayer that history is about to repeat itself with the election of Donald J. Trump. You know, most of our nation's founders had strong faith, as I do, in our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. My family has lived in Virginia since the 1600s and in the Lynchburg, Virginia area since 1834. My wife, Becky, is a descendant of George Washington's family. Every day I drive past Poplar Forest, the summer home of Thomas Jefferson, who wrote in the Declaration of Independence, "We are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Our founding fathers envisioned a government that existed only to protect these God-given rights, and a nation governed by citizen legislators. The most effective politicians were never career politicians, but surveyors, architects, ministers, farmers, businessmen, and even actors who were successful in the private sector before serving in government. Donald Trump follows in this rich tradition. He has created jobs for thousands and is one of the greatest visionaries of our time. I first supported Mr. Trump after I spent 20 years as a young lawyer working with my father to restore Liberty University to financial health. Since 2007, Liberty has become the largest and most prosperous Christian university in the world. And I am convinced that Donald Trump can work that same magic for a nation with $19 trillion in debt. But my family and I have grown to love and respect the Trumps for other reasons. We have never met such a genuine and loving family. I truly believe Mr. Trump is America's blue-collar billionaire. He is down to earth, he loves America and the American people. He is a true patriot and a champion of the common man. Mr. Trump has added a plank to this party's platform to repeal IRS rules sponsored by Lyndon Johnson in 1954, barring churches and nonprofits from expressing political free speech. Conservative universities and churches, however, have been investigated, while authorities have too often turned a blind eye toward liberal groups, including universities where left-wing ideology is so pervasive that they have in effect become Democratic voter indoctrination camps. Trust me, the repeal of the Johnson Amendment will create a huge revolution for conservative Christians and for free speech. We are at a crossroads where our first priority must be saving our nation. We must unite behind Donald Trump and Mike Pence. If you are a conservative, a decision not to vote or to vote for a third-party candidate is a de facto vote for Hillary Clinton. If Hillary Clinton is allowed to appoint the next few Supreme Court justices, that in itself could be a fatal blow to our republic. On the other hand, a vote for Donald Trump is a vote to uphold the Second Amendment right to bear arms. A vote for Trump is a vote to stop Iran, a nation committed to the destruction of the State of Israel, from becoming a nuclear power. A vote for Trump is a vote to appoint conservative, pro-life justices to the Supreme Court. You know, in the days before my father passed away in 2007, he joked with CNN that he dreamed that Chelsea Clinton had interviewed him about the three greatest threats facing this nation. He replied, those three greatest threats are Osama, Obama, and your mama. Well, Osama is now gone. Obama has 6 months left in his term. And the only way to make America great and one again is to tell Chelsea's mama, you're fired. And the only way to do that is to elect Donald Trump and Mike Pence, President and Vice President of the United States. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
From Maricopa County in Arizona, please welcome Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
Thank you. Thank you, Arizona and Chairman Robert Graham. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I have spent 55 years in law enforcement. 55 years. Have always regarded my work, mission is critical, but my most important mission has just begun to help elect Donald Trump, President of the United States. The stakes are high. We need a strong leader who will stand up for America and put the interests of her citizens first. Unfortunately, we are losing the battle. We are the only country in the world whose immigration systems puts the needs of other nations ahead of ours. We are more concerned with the rights of illegal aliens and criminals than we are with protecting our own country. That must change. We need a leader who will protect our border and enforce our laws, because a nation without borders and a nation without laws is no nation at all. And now, more than ever, we must have respect for the police. We must give them the tools and the support they need to do their jobs. The highest levels of government must have our backs as they risk their lives every single day to perform their jobs and protect our citizens. As someone who for 35 years has been a top law enforcement official, living and working on both sides of the border, I can tell you firsthand about the dangers of illegal immigration and drugs. We have terrorists coming over our border, infiltrating our communities, and causing massive destruction and mayhem. We have criminals penetrating our weak border security system and committing serious crime. I am supporting Donald Trump because he is a leader. He produces results and is the only candidate for president ready to get tough in order to protect Americans. I have fought on the front lines to prevent illegal immigration, and I know Donald Trump will stand with me and other proud of Americans to secure our border. Donald Trump will build the wall. And restore law and order and keep drugs and illegal immigrants from entering into our country. You know, I will never forget Donald Trump and what he did for my wife. I have been married to Ava for 59 years. And during the campaign, she was diagnosed with cancer. Just before going on national TV, Donald Trump called my wife and talked to her for 5 minutes. In subsequent trips, he never forgot to think of my wife and call her. He did not have to get my support through his kindness to my wife because I was already hooked. Let's elect a leader who will stand up for America and protect our border and support law enforcement and the military. And in doing so, unite our country. Let's elect Donald Trump. Thank you.
Please welcome Pastor Mark Burns from the Harvest Praise and Worship Center.
Hello, Republicans! Are you ready to elect the next president of these United States of America? I'm Pastor Mark Burns from the great state of South Carolina. And listen, Republicans, it is so important that we come together to defeat Hillary Clinton and those race-baiting Democrats. Yeah. And those Democrats will do whatever it takes to keep us Americans focusing on the colors that divide us and not the colors that unite us. And you know why? Because she is afraid. Shout, she's afraid. She's afraid because she knows that together we will never allow Hillary Clinton to become the next president of the United States of America. Never. shall never, ever will she ever step foot in the Republican as the President of the United States. And I want to declare to the whole world and to the Republican Party that under Donald Trump and under a Donald Trump administration, all lives matter. All lives. All lives. All lives. All lives. And that means black lives, white lives, Hispanic lives, Asian lives, Christian lives, Muslim lives. Shout with me, all lives. And even though listen, let me say this. Even though I disagree with the tactics and the divisive rhetoric of the Black Lives Matter movement, I do understand that hopelessness and lack of opportunity breeds this type of desperation. It does. And this is true in many of our nation's ghettos and our underprivileged communities. Mass protests in urban centers are born out of this kind of desperation. But the thing is, the way that we can solve the problem and to eliminate this kind of a desperation is to create good jobs, urban economic good jobs, urban revitalization, and opportunities for job training and long-term solutions that will solve the problem in our troubled cities around this country. And I want to make a loud cry that we as Republicans, we are declaring right now today that we are determined more than ever to listen to the cries of the disenfranchised, the low income, the at-risk communities. We are more than ever, we will solve the problems together, 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 together. Shout together. Shout together. And I know without a shadow of a doubt that Donald J. Trump will make sure that all Americans will have jobs. You know why? Because Donald Trump is not going to pander after no one race. His heart is after the human race. And together, shout together. Shout together, not as black Americans, white Americans, brown Americans, yellow Americans, or red Americans, but just as Americans. And together as Americans, we will get to the promised land. Promised land. We'll get there. And the promised land is a place where jobs have returned back to this country, where college degrees replace mass incarcerations, and no matter what terrorist group that tries to destroy our way of life, We will rise from the ashes. We will never die. We will always fly. And you know why? Because we are the United States of America. And hear me, listen, and despite the color you was born with, here in America, the only colors that matter are the colors of the red, white, I'm Pastor Mark Burns, and with my lovely wife Tamara and our beautiful 6 babies, I invite every one of you to help me elect the next president of the United States of America, Donald J. Shout, Trump, 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 Trump.
Please welcome businessman and Pro Football Hall of Famer, Fran Tarkenton.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Pastor Mark Burns was back in the green room with me, and he was so quiet. He was humble. He was in prayer. And I put my hand on his head and on his shoulder and on his heart, and I said, loosen up. Then, after hearing him back there, I thought of my good friend Peyton Manning. When he gets over the center and he looks over the defense, he's yelling, Omaha! Tonight, I'm yelling, help! I know over here somewhere we have some Minnesota Viking fans, do we not, huh? Skol Vikings. We have some New York Giant fans somewhere, don't we? Huh? How about those Giants? Over here somewhere, we have some Georgia Bulldogs, don't we? Oh, go Dogs! I'm not going to bark tonight. And I've got something for those Packers. We got any Packer fans out there? I've got something for you. I got something to you. It's a great story. The greatest and most revered coaching legend in the history of the National Football League is who? Vincent Lombardi. Vince Lombardi was Italian-American, tough as nails, loud, boisterous, and he took the Packers, which were a forlorn team in the 50s, and they were broken, and they didn't win, and he made them into a world championship team year after year. But as great as he was, he didn't always win. And there's a video that's been out there for years, and it tells the story of Lombardi. And he's on the sideline, fists thrust in his pockets of his heavy wool coat. He paces Lambeau Field sidelines like a caged tiger. You've seen it. And the Packers couldn't do anything right this particular day. And Lombardi was going crazy. And he screams at his players running off the field. And he says, what the hell's going on out here? And right now I look at America and I need to ask, what the hell's going on here? The most anemic recovery in modern history. And Washington, it's broken for everybody. At least broken for everybody who doesn't make their living inside the Beltway. What the hell's going on here? We are stuck. We're stuck in frustration, mired in anger and fear. As a quarterback for 18 years in the National Football League, my mission was very simple. It was to make my teammates better. Of course, I made a fortune playing football. Back in 1961, my first year, I made $12,500. So I had a off-season job. I became a small business owner. And as a small business owner, I feel connected to the millions of Americans in this vital sector of our economy. And let's look at the facts. Small business America is the heart and soul of equal opportunity. The facts are that 40%, listen to this number, 40% of 530,000 startups each month are started by African Americans, Hispanics, or Asians. Almost a third of small businesses in America are started by immigrants, and nearly 40% by women. But the thing is, small businesses have been surviving not because of government policies, but in spite of them. Especially these past 8 years. High taxes, strangling regulations, and practically no access to credit. So I ask, what the hell's going on here? Imagine with me what could happen in our nation if 27 million job-creating enterprises were suddenly empowered and set free in every neighborhood to grow and build and contribute even more. I believe it all comes down to leadership. Whether it's Vince Lombardi years ago or the great Nick Saban of Alabama today, I can tell you in just 5 simple words what every great leader does. A leader gets stuff done. I've known Donald Trump for 48 years. And like those other leaders, I've known for sure he gets stuff done. He's a builder. He understands that teams win, individuals don't. He builds great teams. Donald Trump is a proven leader, a team builder. Donald Trump knows how to get the best out of people, how to be a teammate. I've watched him over those 48 years succeed wildly. I've watched him fail because all of us fail. I've watched him get back up because he never quits. I truly believe that Donald Trump can provide the leadership that will help us all make America great again. Make it great for everyone. So let's go, you people out there in television land and you people here, let's go and win this game together. Together, let's go make America great again. Thank you and good night.
Please give a warm welcome for Brock Mueller.
Christmas Eve, 2007. My parents, my younger brother Elliot, his girlfriend Hollis Reeker, and I were driving to church. Out of nowhere, a car ran a stop sign, crashing into us. My father, my hero, David Paul Mueller, and Hollis died that night. I endured 8.5 hours of surgery. When I awoke, the surgeon came into my room with more devastating news. My spinal cord damage was about the worst she had ever seen. She said that I would likely never walk again, and that even a 1% chance was overly optimistic. But that 1% was all I needed. Through it all, I had faith in Jesus Christ. I believed in myself and strived to make that 1% a reality. Truthfully, God made that 1% a reality. His will, not mine. He blessed me with football coaches, Rich and Mike, who gave me a fighting chance. His blessings enabled me to graduate from the Ohio State University. And I went on to be cheered by University of Michigan fans as I led the Wolverines onto the field. He blessed me with my beautiful wife, Haley. We walked down the aisle together. He gave me countless other blessings. This very moment, for me, is a testament to God working all things for the good. And guess who else was told that he had a 1% chance? A company that analyzes polling data for CNN predicted last year that Donald Trump had a 1% chance of winning the Republican nomination for president. Mr. Trump, welcome to the club. I defied the odds, but I couldn't do it on my own. Donald Trump can't do it alone either. He needs our help and support. Just as Michigan was willing to adopt a Buckeye, for a cause greater than ourselves, we can unite behind Donald Trump to make America one again. Now, I want to turn it over to a fellow Ohio State graduate who really knows how to unite a team, Coach Bobby Knight.
I'm proud to be a part of Team Trump, working toward making America the greatest there is. As a coach, my main objective was to win, and I know Donald Trump will always have winning on his mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome the G.E. Smith Band with this evening's special guest, Nashville recording artist Dave Fenley.
What's happening? You can climb all up in this wagon, 'cause there ain't no home and there ain't You know, it ain't just about another southern state, it's a southern state of mind. It runs in the family. I'm one from the line of old beer drinkers and Bible believers, and you bet your ass we do. Well, the Dixie's down in your DNA. Be proud of the son, cause it runs in the family. It runs in the family. Y'all listen. Some people call us backwards for sticking to our guns. Yeah, we got faith and they try to take from us, but we know where we come from. Well, it's a call to all you outcasts and all you rebel souls. If you believe in John Wayne and Jesus, buddy, welcome to the fold. It runs in the family. I'm one from the line of old beer drinkers and Bible believers, and you bet your ass we do. Well, the Dixie's down in your DNA. Be proud of us, son, cause it runs in the family. It runs in the family, yes it does. I'm one from the line. Old beer drinkers and Bible believers, and you bet your ass we do. Well, the Dixie's down in your DNA. Be proud, cause that red, white, and blue runs in the family. I'm one from the line. Old beer drinkers and Bible believers, and you bet your ass we do. Well, the Dixie's down in your DNA, son. Yeah. Oh, your Dixie's down in your DNA. You be proud of it, son, cause it runs in the family. It runs in the family. Y'all get out of the cheese, Smith, man! It runs in the family.
Please welcome United States Representative Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee.
Well, hello there, Tennessee. And yes. And hello to everybody here tonight and to all of you who are watching us at home on iPhones and on Twitter. Welcome. I have a question for you. Do you want to help make America one again? Let me hear you. All right. You know, we have all had enough of bloated budgets, unkept promises, and pointless red lines. We've had enough division and enough heated rhetoric that serves to only drive a wedge between us and our neighbor. Enough of seeing our 401ks get smaller, our bills get bigger, our taxes go up, and our paychecks shrink. In short, the American people have had it. Yes, and they are ready for change. They are ready for someone to take the reins and bring us together. There is someone that can get the job done, or as Larry the Cable Guy would say, let's get her done. There's someone who can come in ahead of schedule and under budget, who's read the specs, has seen the bottom line, negotiated the cost, and built
something to last. A leader who knows that this country is not full of assets to be managed, forgotten, or deleted. Our nation is full of citizens who want a leader who knows the sure route to prosperity, who inspires, who knows that leadership is a hard-fought verb and not a subject line in an email. And that is why I am asking all of you to join me tonight in electing Donald Trump as President of the United States. Donald Trump has the skills required to lead this nation, a diverse nation, and he can help our people achieve greatness. He believes in the American dream because he has lived the American dream. You know, the desire for greatness is not new. President Lincoln stood right here in this very city 155 years ago with a call for us to bind together or perish apart. Listen to his words. If all do not join now to save the good ship of the Union this voyage, nobody will have a chance to pilot her on another. And again, we find our nation in desperate need of true leadership, in desperate need of unity. The last 8 years have really been a challenge to our national and our household budgets, to our Constitution, and to the men and women who give their lives and their sacred honor to protect that Constitution and to protect us. We know that Donald Trump is a leader who has seen challenges. He's learned his lessons, solved problems. He has delivered results. Some of our nation's greatest leaders have been people who have worked in the real world, who know firsthand how cumbersome rules and unnecessary regulations get in the way of greatness. I want a president who knows that leadership is not as it appears, but is as it performs, who has seen something through from beginning to completion, who looks at the mundane and sees magnificence. After all, that's the magic of this country, that everyday people with big ideas and big dreams and the drive to complete them, not only can they change a skyline, they can change the world. Leadership is not about lines on a resume. Gender, race, zip code, pedigree, lineage, hurt feelings are not qualifiers for leadership. Leadership is a record of performance and accomplishment and team building. Now that is leadership that you can trust. We Americans are bound together by the shared desire for faith, family, freedom, hope, and opportunity. We want a president who believes that you, not Washington, knows best, who believes that you have the right to pursue your version of the American dream. I know you believe, I do too, that America is on the edge of great and mighty things. We need a President Donald Trump who understands this is about freedom and freedom's causes, who will choose to unite us, not divide us. So let me ask you another question. Are you with me? Are you with Trump-Pence 2016? All right, together we can get the country building, working, see jobs come back, our communities grow, and see leaders actually lead. And together with you and with Trump-Pence 2016, we will be great again. We will be one again. Thank you. God bless.
Please give a warm welcome for Governor Mary Fallin.
Oklahoma loves New York too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, America, I have a question. Are you ready for change? Me too. All right. I grew up in Tecumseh, a small town in Oklahoma. It was one of those all-American towns where everyone watches high school football on Friday nights and neighbors take care of neighbors. In Tecumseh, we understood poverty, but it wasn't a destiny that was inevitable. We were optimistic about our future, and we knew we could succeed with hard work, a good education, and faith in God. There weren't very many opportunities for young women, but we did have a great role model, a woman mayor, my mom. She taught me if I worked hard, I could be anything. And I took that lesson to heart and eventually became the first female governor of the state of Oklahoma. You know, in my community, there was a sense of optimism and determination that our community and our country could be better for everyone. And even at a time when the shadow of institutional discrimination fell over much of our country, there was no shortage of African American heroes. Black Oklahomans like civil rights leader Clara Luper, who was leading sit-ins and successfully integrating schools across our state and winning the fight for respect and opportunity. So when I look back on my childhood, my America, I don't see a perfect place, but we were united by a simple belief that no matter who you were or where you came from, better days were ahead for America. Today, I'm afraid we're losing that sense of unity and optimism, not just in towns like Tecumseh, but across this land. Our country is divided, our people are afraid, and our spirits are nearly broken. But we can't lose that hopelessness and have it become the new normal. In America, we won't. You know, I believe the American people are longing for the American dream where they can just get a fair shake in life and an opportunity to succeed. We must make America one again and restore the confidence in the strength of our nation. And it's no secret, Donald Trump is bold, tenacious, courageous, and he's an outspoken leader. And he knows how to create jobs and successful businesses. He has bold ideas, and he speaks truth to power. He is a man who will get this country on the right track, who believes in peace through strength, and will protect America against radical Islamic terrorists who seek to destroy our nation. Our country has united time and time again on our core values of freedom and individual liberty and justice for all people, the principles which made our country great and which it was founded upon. And Donald Trump unapologetically stands for those values. We are one in our belief that America must address the national debt, not by increasing taxes, but by increasing opportunity. We are one in our belief that we must protect our borders and promote fair trade that puts American workers first. And we are one in our belief that we must stand with our allies like Israel, a beacon of freedom and democracy in the Middle East. And we are one in our belief that we must respect and honor our military, our veterans, and law enforcement whose sacrifice keeps us safe and free. And we are one in our belief that every life is precious, regardless of race or class, including the lives of the unborn children. Now, as a party, we don't agree 100% on everything. That's okay. We don't have to. As Ronald Reagan once said, the person who agrees with you 80% of the time is a friend and an ally. We invite every American who believes in these principles and longs for an end to division and wants to make America one again to join us in electing Donald Trump as President of the United States. Thank you, and may God bless you all. God bless America.
Please welcome the head of Korean Americans for Trump, Dr. Lisa Shin.
My name is Lisa Shin, and I am deeply humbled and honored to speak to you as a national delegate from the great state of New Mexico. I am a Christian, a wife, and a mother. I have been in private practice as an optometrist for the past 19 years. I am Korean American, and I am very proud to be a supporter of the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Over 40 years ago, my parents left South Korea to come to America. They knew that America was an exceptional and generous country where immigrants could become American citizens, participate in American democracy, and live the American dream. They knew America was the land of opportunity and freedom, where immigrants could succeed and prosper. So they swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution. That's right. My parents endured countless hardships and made tremendous sacrifices to pursue the dream. And they never imagined that one day their daughter would be speaking to you today. This is the beauty of the American dream. To do and to be the unimaginable. Hillary Clinton is a direct threat to the American dream. Her proposals would be utterly devastating to our economy. Her dangerous ideology undermines our democracy and freedom. She represents everything that is wrong with the system. The deceit, corruption, cronyism, and a total lack of accountability. With extreme carelessness, she has compromised our national security and our safety. With contempt, she has flouted the rule of law that we rely on for justice, order, and peace. She has overwhelmingly lost the trust of the American people. She is not qualified to be our next president. She is unfit to be the commander-in-chief of the brave men and women who sacrifice so much to fight for our country. There is only one presidential candidate who will preserve the American dream that our parents and our grandparents envisioned for us. There is only one candidate who will ensure a more prosperous, safe, and secure future for our children and our grandchildren. There is only one candidate who will defend the core principles that this great country was founded upon. There is only one candidate who will protect, stand with, and fight for we, the American people. There is only one clear choice for America, and that choice is Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
My phone was ringing and ringing. It was my dad on the phone. He goes, a lot of guys might not come home today. I love you, go to work, I'm going to work, I'll see you later.
I was in jail for prostitution and paraphernalia, and my mother passed away. I was not allowed to go to her funeral.
My parents, they came from Mexico. They always told me, education is the key to success.
I will never forget the date, August 25th, 2014. We finally had a diagnosis. She's on the spectrum, she has autism.
My parents came here, much like many people who migrate from another country, didn't speak the language, didn't understand the culture.
I realized there was a bigger picture here and that I needed to be involved.
I had this epiphany and realized I didn't have to live like this.
I felt there must be other people out there that are going through the same situations, and I needed to be a voice for them.
That value of perseverance, the sense of understanding that you have to work hard and earn everything that you want, the value stuck.
I pushed myself, and I was the first one out of my entire family to graduate college. I joined the RLI because I wanted an opportunity to make a difference in my community.
I'm very proud to be a fellow. I've already started organizing within my neighborhood.
I joined the RLI program. It gave me the tools that I needed to be a better leader in the community and to be able to give back.
Showed us and explained to us that a lot of the things we're doing here in our community is what it's about, but it showed us more than that, how to bring it together.
I got involved with the Republican Leadership Initiative simply because I wanted to be the best version of myself. Working with Lead Right 2016 and Republican leadership initiatives not only allows me to cultivate myself, it allows me to cultivate everyone around me.
To the next generation, earning it the hard way.
To all those moms who just make it work.
Trailblazers.
Mentors, coaches, and innovators.
To all you second chancers,
Welcome. Where you lead, others will follow.
This car that barely runs, got this house just coming undone. We got groceries in the icebox. We got these bills that we can't pay, couple of jobs that we both hate. May not look like we got it live, but that's okay, 'cause we got this once in a lifetime thing. We got this love that ain't gonna change. If the storm winds blow and we just don't know when these hard times are gonna quit, as long as we got us, we got this. We got this world that won't slow down, no way out of this old town. But we got cable, beer, and Jesus. Well, I make you laugh, you drive me crazy. Got this plan to make some babies. Yeah, we got worries, but I ain't worried about nothing at all. 'Cause we got this once in a lifetime thing. We got this, yeah, we got this love that ain't gonna change. If the storm winds blow and we just don't know when these hard times are gonna quit, as long as we got us, girl, yeah, we got it. Yeah, we got this once in a lifetime thing. We got this, yeah, we got this love that ain't gonna change. And the storm winds blow and we just don't know when these hard times are gonna quit, as long as we got us, girl. Hey, as long as we got Trump, girl, we got this. Hey, yeah, we got this.
victory last night across the country, taking historic margins in Congress. It was red over blue in a big way last night.
The Republican wave more like a political typhoon.
2014 was a historic year for Republicans, and the RNC made it possible.
And we looked at this and we said, what do we have to do to win?
Tom Tillis will defeat Senator Kay Hagan.
Well, I knew that North Carolina was going to be one of the states that made the majority.
CNN projects the Republicans will take control of the United States
This
Senate.
wasn't something that we knew we could go in 6 months and just say, hey, we're going to put this temporary shop up and make it work.
When I ran, it was to help change the future of our country. You can have the best vision in the world, but without the appropriate mechanics, you don't get to realize that vision.
I'm from West Virginia. I want to be able to personalize and have the flexibility to run a campaign that is going to win in my state. And the RNC recognizes that. By the RNC being able to work closely with campaigns, I think it avoids the trap that many times are fallen into in campaigns, and that's a cookie-cutter approach where, well, this is going to work in Iowa, it's going to work everywhere. Not necessarily, and probably not.
I was a little-known state senator from a very rural part of Iowa. The RNC committed from day one to getting out the absentee voters.
The RNC really made a concerted effort to make that presence happen. There was no daylight between our campaign, between the Hispanic outreach that was taking place, a full-time presence in the field.
With the RNC's help, I think we really had a lot of resources available to us and support. We knocked on more doors than we've ever knocked on. We made 1 million phone calls, and we couldn't have done it without the RNC.
We're going to compete in every state because being a blue state is not a permanent diagnosis.
I think Reince has it right. We need to start having people on the ground immediately. The RNC is able to coordinate and work with the campaigns unlike virtually any other entity.
What the RNC is doing is making sure that the root system that's necessary for real success is there, not for election cycles, but permanently. And Reince and the RNC have done a really good job of making sure that America knows we mean business.
We're the gold standard, and we're going to set the standards even higher to make sure that we win in 2016. We have to develop the best technology with the best minds and train volunteers and candidates with the modern tools to succeed.
The RNC has been doing it for many years. I think Reince has done a really good job. All over the country, they have very good people.
There's no limits to what we as a party can accomplish together. Let's make this year a Republican year together. Let's put a Republican president back in the White House together.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chairman Priebus.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. To the people of Cleveland, we say thank you for your hospitality. And to my wife Sally and my son Jack and daughter Grace, I love you. Thank you for everything you do for me. I stand before this convention tonight as the chairman of a party that is carrying the torch of liberty. We are the party of the open door. To some people and some presidents, America is just another country. To Republicans, America is the greatest nation on earth. We don't apologize for America. We celebrate America. At every level, Republicans stand for aspiration and achievement. We stand for peace and prosperity. We stand for freedom and fairness. These values have inspired people the world over ever since we won our freedom 2 centuries ago. These values fueled the sacrifices for freedom at Gettysburg and Normandy and Fallujah. These values spurred the fight for equality in Birmingham and Selma. It is clear the Republican Party is the only party willing to fight for these values and lead America to greatness in the 21st century. You see, the dirty little secret Democrats don't want you to know is that they're the same party doing the same old thing. Next week, they're going to trot out the same old Democrats with the same old message, running the same old candidate. We are the party of new ideas in a changing and faster world than ever before. Democrats depend on superdelegates and bureaucrats to sneak their agenda through the back door. We are the party of the grassroots. We honor what the voters say. Democrats want to put labor union bosses in charge of our schools, limit our choices, and feed our kids a steady diet of the left-wing propaganda. We know every child matters and the classroom is not an assembly line. It's time to give power back to parents, embrace school choice, equip our children with the skills they need for college, career, and life. Democrats want healthcare choices in the hands of politicians. We want healthcare choices in the hands of patients. Democrats want Washington to impose a one-size-fits-all policy on everybody. We say an independent people deserves individual solutions. What separates Republicans from Democrats is our belief in better. We believe in better schools, a better healthcare system, a better economy which rewards hard work no matter where or when you punch the clock. And most of all, we believe in a better chance at the American dream for everyone. The Republican Party will not stop until that becomes a reality. And that's why we need to stop Hillary Clinton. A Clinton presidency only means more debt, more Obamacare, and more hardworking families never seeing a raise. If Hillary Clinton is given the chance, she'll stack the deck with the Supreme Court with activist left-wing judges who will treat the Constitution like a doormat. You can kiss your gun rights goodbye if she ever finds her way into the White House. In foreign policy, a Clinton presidency means forgetting our friends and enabling our enemies. Just look at her disastrous Iran nuclear deal, which lined the pockets of the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism with your money, while abandoning our greatest ally in the Middle East, the nation of Israel. It was on her watch ISIS began to spread its wings of evil over the Middle East. And she has spent the last 16 months looking in the eyes of the American people and lying about how recklessly she jeopardized the American people, our national security, with her secret email server. She lied. And she lied over and over and over and over. She lied. She lied. Perhaps worst of all, Hillary Clinton has perfected the art of politics for personal gain. She reads ethics rules as carefully as Americans read their junk mail. Just look at her track record. She used her post as Secretary of State to grease the wheels for Democrat lobbyists, special interests, and political insiders connected to the corrupt Clinton machine. Her family foundation took millions of dollars in donations from countries notorious for human rights abuses and funneling money to radical Islamic terrorists. For Hillary Clinton, the Oval Office is just another cash cow. Well, I have one word for all of this hypocrisy and corruption: enough. Americans have had enough of a government that plays favorites to the well-connected. They've had enough of the Clintons' excuses, cronyism, and cover-ups. They've had enough of the corrupt deals. Americans have had enough. This election is our chance to stop it, and Donald Trump is the right man to lead that charge. You all know he's brought millions of new voters in our party because he's listening to Americans who are anxious about a country which has lost its way. Donald Trump wants to bring jobs back from overseas and hold companies who want to send them abroad accountable. He's finally going to stop illegal immigration and make sure our government puts American citizens first. Working families are the lifeblood of our country, and we can't thrive as a nation unless they are thriving. A lot of them haven't seen a bigger paycheck in a very long time. Donald Trump wants to make sure you can pay the mortgage, put gas in the car, and buy new clothes for the first day of school. Donald Trump is committed to hitting terrorists hard and making the safety of every man, woman, and child in America his #1 priority. No more negotiating with terrorists. If they want to take us down, we're going to take them down. And he will protect the Second Amendment and every other right guaranteed in the Constitution by approving and appointing conservative justices to the Supreme Court. And importantly, he's going to protect the lives of the unborn. So I have a message to America. Hold on. Help is coming. With Donald Trump and Mike Pence, America's ready for a comeback after almost a decade of Clinton-Obama failures. I want to close by telling you a little-known story of American greatness. William Knutson was a Danish immigrant who started out working in a shipyard and living in a boarding house. He knew America promised limitless opportunity and was determined to make the most of it. He developed his talents for industrial engineering and worked his way up at General Motors. By 1937, he'd become the president of the company. In 1940, the government asked him to get America's factories on a wartime footing. Instead of cars and trucks, America's great manufacturers were now proudly making tanks and planes. For this enormous responsibility, Knutson was paid $1 per year. He didn't do it for the money. He was motivated by a duty to keep America free from tyranny. He set aside the job of leading one of the largest companies in America so he could help save the world. At the end of the war, a War Department official told him, "You have never done anything for yourself, only for your country. You have never spared yourself." Like William Knutson, we cannot spare ourselves either. Economic freedom, belief in the American dream, a strong defense, putting country first, those values are under assault from Hillary Clinton and the rest of the Democrat Party. Life Liberty and the pursuit of happiness is not just a tagline for a bumper sticker. It is our American legacy, and it is our responsibility to save it and strengthen it for our children and grandchildren. Listen, God didn't put us here, He didn't put us here by accident. This is our moment to set a new course for an America as strong and confident as we've ever been. Let's stand united as Republicans. Let's stop Hillary Clinton. Let's get to work, expand our Republican majorities, and let's elect Donald Trump president. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome the co-founder of PayPal and first investor in Facebook, entrepreneur Peter Thiel.
Good evening. I'm Peter Thiel. I build companies and I support people who are building new things, from social networks to rocket ships. I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America. Where I work in Silicon Valley, it's hard to see where America has gone wrong. My industry has made a lot of progress in computers and in software, and of course, it's made a lot of money. But Silicon Valley is a small place. Drive out to Sacramento or even across the bridge to Oakland, and you won't see the same prosperity. That's just how small it is. Across the country, wages are flat. Americans get paid less today than 10 years ago, but healthcare and college tuition cost more every year. Meanwhile, Wall Street bankers inflate bubbles in everything from government bonds to Hillary Clinton's speaking fees. Our economy is broken. If you're watching me right now, you understand this better than any politician in Washington, D.C. And you know, this isn't the dream we looked forward to. Back when my parents came to America looking for that dream, they found it right here in Cleveland. They brought me here as a one-year-old, and this is where I became an American. Opportunity was everywhere. My dad studied engineering at Case Western Reserve University, just down the road from where we are now. Because in 1968, the world's high-tech capital wasn't just one city. All of America was high-tech. It's hard to remember this, but our government was once high-tech too. When I moved to Cleveland, defense research was laying the foundations for the internet. The Apollo program was just about to put a man on the moon, and it was Neil Armstrong from right here in Ohio. The future felt limitless. But today, our government is broken. Our nuclear bases still use floppy disks. Our newest fighter jets can't even fly in the rain. And it would be kind to say the government software works poorly, because much of the time it doesn't even work at all. That is a staggering decline for the country that completed the Manhattan Project. We don't accept such incompetence in Silicon Valley, and we must not accept it from our government. Instead of going to Mars, we have invaded the Middle East. We don't need to see Hillary Clinton's deleted emails. Her incompetence is in plain sight. She pushed for a war in Libya, and today it's a training ground for ISIS. On this most important issue, Donald Trump is right. It's time to end the era of stupid wars and rebuild our country. When I was a kid, the great debate was about how to defeat the Soviet Union, and we won. Now we are told that the great debate is about who gets to use which bathroom. This is a distraction from our real problems. Who cares? Of course, every American has a unique identity. I am proud to be gay. I am proud to be a Republican. But most of all, I am proud to be an American. I don't pretend to agree with every plank in our party's platform, but fake culture wars only distract us from our economic decline. And nobody in this race is being honest about it except Donald Trump. While it is fitting to talk about who we are, today it's even more important to remember where we came from. For me, that is Cleveland and the bright future it promised. When Donald Trump asks us to make America great again, he's not suggesting a return to the past. He's running to lead us back to that bright future. Tonight, I urge all of my fellow Americans to stand up and vote for Donald Trump. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
My grandfather always said, the most important thing in life is to love what you're doing, because that's the only way you'll ever really be good at it. My grandfather was fiercely ambitious, a workaholic. He made my father and his siblings watch him as he walked construction sites. That's how he taught them, by osmosis. My father carried that passion for learning to the Wharton School of Finance, and when he graduated, he set his sights on Manhattan. My grandfather couldn't understand why. He had been successful in Brooklyn and Queens and thought my father should follow in his footsteps. But to my father, Manhattan was the epicenter of the world. It was center stage. It was where he wanted to make his name. When my father first laid eyes on the Commodore Hotel in the heart of New York City, at 42nd Street, next to Grand Central Station, he knew the rundown property had the potential to be a crown jewel. However, the turning point came when my father decided to purchase the greatest single piece of real estate in New York City. Working from his Upper East Side apartment every day, he would pass an 11-story building at the corner of 57th Street and 5th Avenue that housed Bonwit Teller. What would soon become the iconic Trump Tower is a prime example of the old adage, timing is everything. In 1982, he unveiled a $200 million, 68-story apartment retail complex. It was the cornerstone of my father's global brand. Followed soon by the construction of Riverside South on the former New York Central Railroad Yard, Trump International Hotel and Tower, Trump Soho, Mar-a-Lago, the famed old post office. Today, my father has built and acquired properties all over the world, in Scotland, Dubai, Canada, Panama, Brazil. Everything my father does is first class. He loves real estate. He loves building the greatest projects in the world. And when you love what you do, you inherently do it better. It doesn't feel like work. His passion is contagious and it motivates people around him. One of my father's proudest accomplishments was that my grandfather lived to witness the root of his success. He lived to see our name transform the Manhattan skyline. Since then, not a day goes by that my father doesn't wish my grandfather was here to see the brand rise to global excellence, dominating the world of luxury hotels, dominating the world of golf, and now the world of politics. My grandfather was a patriotic American. I know he would get a kick out of seeing his son accept the Republican nomination for President of the United States. Not many people have the opportunity to work alongside their children, but my father has been blessed to not only work with us, but to also teach us what my grandfather had taught him. And now, as he takes the greatest step in his life, all that he's worked for so hard will be in very capable hands with us. My father has struck a nerve with the American people. People who never cared about the election or never voted before are rushing to his rallies. Decades of success have taught my father that anything is possible, that even where others have failed, his vision can prosper. America has given my father everything: an incredible family, a successful company, and the ability to employ thousands of hardworking people every day. As president, my father plans to keep making deals, big deals, on behalf of this country, around the clock. It's time for my father to use all that life has taught him to bring our country back.
Please welcome the founder and executive chairman of Colony Capital, Tom Barrack.
Wow, this is a wow. But I have to tell you, I feel like the anchovy on Ivanka's Caesar salad. I know you're salivating for that and you're going to get it. But before I start, I just have to tell you a funny story. I was driving over here and for sure I was a little bit nervous. So I picked up the phone, and I have a great uncle in Beirut who's an unbelievable international lawyer and an orator. So I called him up and I said, Uncle, you've got to help me. I'm speaking right before Ivanka and Donald at the Republican National Convention, and I'm a little bit nervous. So can you give me some advice? He said, why would they have you? I said, no, that's not exactly what I need. I need to be pumped up. I'm nervous. I need some confidence. Don't do this to me. So, okay. Give me 2 minutes and let me think. He says, I've got it. You're just like a deceased at an Irish wake. I said, you mean I'm that good? He said, no, you need to be there to get things started, but nobody really expects you to say very much. So with that, I want to start. And I'm here because Donald Trump is one of my closest friends for 40 years. And I'm the son of a very humble Lebanese grocer from Culver City, California. Where's California? Yes. And I'm here because of the amazing magic elixir that happened between the DNA of 1,000 civilizations from the Levant and the beauty and the wonder and the opportunity of America that puts all of us here in this rapture of the American dream for me to be here tonight to talk about my friend, my partner, and the future President of the United States, Donald Trump. But what I'm going to do is something different. And you're going to hate me for it because you're not going to hear one negative thing out of my mouth. I have nothing negative to say about Hillary. I have only amazing things to tell you about Donald. Because this man is good enough, he's tough enough, he's smart enough, and he's well-versed enough to do it on his own merits. We don't need to go anyplace else. So what I want to do is spend a little time talking to you about the messenger, the man, without his armor, without his weaponry, walking down the tunnel into the arena. Who is he? What is he made out of? So if we start, an easy place to find him is in his children. And you've all had the great opportunity to see his kids over the last couple days. What do you think of that? And the litmus test for any parent, as we all know, is in the children. And my mother used to say, you learn what a man is by listening to your mother, but you learn how to be a man by watching your father. You watch this man, you get it. Those of us who are married or have a partner understand that the best reflection on us is our wives. In my case, for sure, it's my wife, Rochelle. And in Donald's case, for sure, it's his wife, Melania. And Melania, I want to tell you, on behalf of the 10,000 people that are in this stadium and the 50 million people who are watching, you are a timeless tribute to beauty, grace, and elegance under pressure. You're amazing. You're awesome. So I'm going to use words that you probably haven't heard about Donald. I started my relationship with him in a funny way. I had the great fortune of working for a man named Bob Bass in Fort Worth, Texas. In the 80s, we bought a hotel company. And the hotel company, in addition to lots of other things, happened to own the hotel that was right behind Donald's window in his office. So you know Donald well enough by now to know that he needed that hotel. And I was a young pup. He was a big guy in New York at the time, and he wanted to buy the hotel. Long story short, we end up having 30 lawyers, 50 accountants. We can't get to a deal. I'm scared to death because my boss is going to fire me for selling to Trump, who's smarter, who's brighter, who's better, and who will end up getting a much better deal. So Donald, in the midst of this, and this is really what started my friendship, did something I had never seen before and that I have used consecutively after that. He said, look, I want to do this. I don't know what I should know. So I will pay your boss the price that he wants, and I'll close it in 1 week on one condition. You, Tom Barrack, tell me everything I should know that I don't know. I said, look, I just told you, I'm not doing that. We're not entering into this kind of a contract. He said, no, no contract. No contract. You and I shake hands right here. No lawyers, no contract, no nothing. You just tell me the things that I should know and how to fix it, and I'll do this deal. He played me like a Steinway piano. I then spent 4 months fixing everything in the hotel. A little rent-controlled tenant named Fannie Lowenstein, who was the smartest woman in the world, 83 years old. He had me buy her a piano, do the carpet. It was one of the most amazing things I had ever seen. He was incredible, but he practices an unbelievable set of disciplines. So everybody says, okay, the man is rich, he's a celebrity, he's powerful, but what is he going to do? How does he do it? And he has relentless habits, these relentless, beautiful habits. He shows up on time. He believes that punctuality is the courtesy of kings. He doesn't confuse efforts with results. He befriends the bewildered. He pushes everybody around him, including you, through comfort barriers that they never thought that they could ever shatter. And he does all this with the discipline of an animal in the jungle. You know, his motto is that a lion wakes up every morning and knows one thing, that it has to run faster than the fastest gazelle. And a gazelle wakes up and she knows that she needs to run faster than the fastest lion. But whether you're a gazelle or a lion, you wake up in the morning and you get the hell going. And that is Donald. But I want to share with you 2 little vignettes that really stuck in my mind. And it's not financial, and it's not how rich he is, and it's not what a great deal guy is, and it's that you know all those things. And I'm telling you, after 35 years of being with a man through the valleys and up the mountains, he really is better than the billing that you see. Just as an administrator, as an executive, as a guy who can actually take care of the people that work for him and build teams. But it was 1989. I know many of you, especially you girls, were not alive then. And it was a Tyson fight. And this time, Donald was big in Atlantic City, and he called me up and he said, okay, let's go to the Tyson fight. I said, I have one of my little sons with me. He said, no problem, I'll bring Donnie, let's go. Of course, in typical Trump style, we hop in the Trump helicopter, we fly into Atlantic City, and it's a zoo. We land, thousands of paparazzi, thousands of people everywhere, whisked to his limo, go to the front of the convention center, and there's 10,000 cameras. So they say, let's go to the back of the convention center. We go to the back of the convention center, we start walking in, and people are harassing him like mad. At the side of the door, there's a little nondescript man, and he says, Mr. Trump, Mr. Trump. And Donald stops, he walks over to the door, he says, Louis. He says, Mr. Trump, I'm so happy to see you, and thank you for what you've done for my employees, and thank you for what you do for me, and I just want you to know that my critically ill son thinks you're the greatest man in the world. Meanwhile, everything's going crazy. We're late to get to the fight, and Donald's just focused, eye to eye, with this man who at that moment thought that he was the only star in Donald's universe. He said, Louis, I'm not the greatest man in the world, you are. So we take the kids, we roll in, it's 5 minutes to the fight. I think it was Tyson's Holmes, probably lasted 4 seconds. I can't remember, it was one of Tyson's longer fights. We get to the floor and he's fidgety and I can't figure out what's happening. I've got the boys and I said, what's wrong? He said, give me your program. I gave him my program. He writes something on it. He brings one of his security guards over and sends it back to the doorman. I said, what was that? He said, I just wrote a note. I said, what did the note say? He said it was to his son and said, I came here tonight to see 2 champions, Mike Tyson and your dad. True story. Now, what kind of man in the middle of his celebrityship has the presence to focus on the littlest guy in the shop? And that is Donald Trump. 10 years later, one of the greatest men in Donald's life passed away, Fred Trump. And the funeral was being held the night before at the Frank Campbell Funeral Hall, 82nd and Madison. So Donald called me up and he says, I can't stand it. I'm going to go over early. Why don't you come over early with me? I said, fine. We get to the funeral hall and we're sitting as kind of, you know, two middle-aged guys that go through that debate when your father leaves of what's the difference between relevancy and mortality, right? That loss where you're really questioning what's important and what's not important, and it's not about money, and it's not about power, and it's not about stuff, and all of the agony that you have with your father at that instant just evaporates, and you're sitting there with something. So he sat there just kibitzing, musing, and I said, how do you feel? He said, well, I'm thankful that I have my dad's strength and my mom's sensitivity, and all I want to do is leave the legacy of the Trump name that they built brick by brick a little bit better than I found it. He's done it. So look, we're at a tipping point. The world is a mess. This necklace of globalism that we've all talked about has crumbled and shattered into 1,000 shards. It needs a jeweler to take each of those jewels one by one, starting with America, its own diamond, and polish it. Then slowly find that seamless strength, put them all back together so that what we look at is the necklace of prosperity and tolerance around the world. So we've been on an adventure, and people say, wow, Donald Trump, it's like a missioner tale from businessman, celebrity, father, to potentially president of the United States. And I say to you, it is a tale, but it's up to you, all of you tonight, to unite in one pen, one hand, and make once upon a time, once upon this time. Thank you.
Everybody stay standing for a little while. It's time to stand up and be counted. We were founded as a land of the free, home of the brave. Let's put our hands up, cover our hearts and pledge the flag. Oh, and take this country back to where it was in better days. We're gonna build it up stronger than we've ever been. Once we get started, we're gonna win. We're gonna make America great, make America great again. We're gonna make America great, make America great again.
Hello, I'm John Voight. I want to share with you the story of my friend Donald Trump. As you know, he's running for President of the United States. And as you know, when he gets elected, he will make our country great again. The story begins in New York in the early 70s. The city was on the verge of bankruptcy, but Donald looked across the river and saw not a troubled city, but a city that symbolized America's greatness. And he was committed to making it great again. Donald was born in Queens to Fred and Mary Ann Trump. His father was a builder and was the greatest influence in young Donald's life. He learned about leadership early at the New York Military Academy. He became captain of the baseball team and captain of the cadets. He learned the building business at his father's side while working on his degree at the Wharton School of Finance. After college, Donald faced a decision: join his father in Queens or dream big and make it in the greatest city in the world. The decision was easy. Donald's first notable project was less about renovating a building than helping the city rediscover its soul. The once great Commodore Hotel languished in a rundown neighborhood next to Grand Central Station. The hotel was sold to the one developer who showed that he had the kind of drive, backing, and imagination that would be necessary. They chose Donald Trump. Donald convinced the banks that they had a moral obligation to invest in New York and negotiated a tax abatement with the city, jump-starting the project and creating new construction and hotel jobs. Donald's striking new building revitalized the neighborhood.
He single-handedly changed the Grand Central Midtown area by himself by doing that project.
Before long, more Trump buildings helped change the skyline of New York. Building in New York was not easy, but Donald was never more frustrated than watching the city waste 6 years and $13 million trying to rebuild Central Park's Wallman Ice Rink. Donald was astounded. It took him only 2 years to build Trump Tower. So he stepped in and took over the project. He finished in 3 months and under budget. He took over another city project, tied up in red tape since 1978. Donald transformed a landfill into a championship public golf course and saved the city millions. Donald will tell you his secret for success is a strong team.
He just has that knack of finding the right person, the qualified person who will really excel in that position.
Like his father before him, he taught his children the business, and now they're important members of the Trump team.
Mr. Trump and his children, they love what they do, and they are incredibly good at it. And I think that breeds the same type of passion for all those that work for him and are around him.
From day one, my father trained us really well, whether it was in a boardroom, whether it was on a job site. We spent time learning the business, and he made sure we understood the value of a dollar and what it meant to really work.
He'd send me renderings when I was a little girl with handwritten notes on them of buildings that were under construction or in the planning stage, and say, I can't wait for you to grow up and help me build these. Now it's fun to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father.
Over the years, Donald has created tens of thousands of new jobs, many of them for women.
When I was building my building on Park Avenue, and he was building the Trump Tower, he had the first female construction superintendent on the job.
When he made me general manager 9 years ago, there were only 3 female general managers of 5-star hotels in the whole of North America.
After a long career, accomplishing much of what others said couldn't be done, Donald Trump has set his sights on a new rebuilding project.
I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again.
Donald has said he admires people who put themselves directly on the line. Today, he's not only putting himself on the line, but under fire. Donald could have continued his successful career and spent more time with his family, but instead, he chose to run for president.
He doesn't need to do this, but it's what's been happening over the last 8 years
has been so tragic for the course of our nation, he simply had to do this.
For my father to step away from a company that he's deeply committed to in favor of running for elected office was a real sacrifice for him.
It's Donald's nature to help others.
A lot of times he comes across a story or meets a person that touches him, and he'll make sure that that person is taken care of privately for the rest of their lives.
Donald Trump has a very big heart. When police officers or firefighters or even sanitation workers, correction officers, I can remember a teacher got injured or died, he would step forward and he would make an anonymous contribution.
For Donald, it all begins with our young people.
Donald Trump believes that higher education and more job opportunities will enhance the quality of American living.
Donald is committed to protecting our families and keeping our cities safe.
What I see out of Donald Trump, it starts with a message. It starts with a positive message of respect for the American law enforcement officer. But we need it from our national leaders, and that's where we're not getting it right now.
He is the one candidate, the non-politician, who can fix our broken economy and get America working again.
Trump is a guy, brand new, comes in, shakes up Washington, changes policies on taxes and regulations and helps businesses, and middle-income wage earners will get a raise for the first time in 15 years.
Donald will stand up for America.
Donald Trump understands negotiation. There's just no doubt about it. It's one of his great strengths, and we have been taken to the cleaners in world trade. We are losing jobs every year, every day, as a result of bad trade policies and bad trade agreements.
While some politicians say our best days are past, Donald believes our best days are yet to come.
Ronald Reagan was a cheerleader for America. He would talk about what a great country this is, how important it is to work. That gives incentive to people, and it makes working hopeful. I think what Donald Trump can do, he can give us hope again. He can give us pride in being an American again. He can make us feel like what we should feel like. We're exceptionally lucky people living in this country.
Donald Trump is a leader, not a politician. He will be honest with the American people. He will stop wasteful government spending of our tax dollars. He will cut our taxes and create jobs, and will rebuild our broken economy. He will lead this country, not apologize to the world for our success. He will always put America's best interests first, whether it's a trade deal with China or standing up to radical Islamic terrorists. As he has done so many times before, he will stand up for the brave men and women who defend our country and who protect us here at home. He will bring about the change this country so desperately needs and get the job done. It's been a long time since we've had a president like that. Donald Trump, it's time to make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to Ivanka Trump.
Good evening. Thank you. 1 year ago, I introduced my father when he declared his candidacy. In his own way and through his own sheer force of will, he sacrificed greatly to enter the political arena as an outsider, and he prevailed against a field of 16 very talented competitors. For more than a year, Donald Trump has been the people's champion. And tonight, he is the people's nominee. Like many of my fellow millennials, I do not consider myself categorically Republican or Democrat. More than party affiliation, I vote based on what I believe is right for my family and for my country. Sometimes it's a tough choice. That is not the case this time. As the proud daughter of your nominee, I am here to tell you that this is the moment
and Donald Trump is the person to make America great again. Real change, the kind we have not seen in decades, is only going to come from outside the system. And it's only going to come from a man who has spent his entire life doing what others said could not be done. My father is a fighter. When the primaries got tough, and they were tough, he did what any great leader does. He dug deeper, worked harder, got better, and became stronger. I have seen him fight for his family. I have seen him fight for his employees. I have seen him fight for his company. And now I am seeing him fight for our country. It's been the story of his life, and more recently, the spirit of his campaign. It's also a prelude to reaching the goal that unites us all, when this party, and better still this country, knows what it is like to win again. If it's possible to be famous and yet not really well known, that describes the father who raised me. In the same office in Trump Tower, where we now work together, I remember playing on the floor by my father's desk, constructing miniature buildings with Legos and erector sets, while he did the same with concrete, steel, and glass. My father taught my siblings and me the importance of positive values and a strong ethical compass. He showed us how to be resilient, how to deal with challenges, and how to strive for excellence in all that we do. He taught us that there is nothing we cannot accomplish if we marry vision and passion with an enduring work ethic. One of my father's greatest talents is his ability to see potential in people before they see it in themselves. It was like that for us too growing up. He taught us that potential vanishes into nothing without effort, and that like him, we each had a responsibility to work not just for ourselves, but for the betterment of the world around us. Over the years, on too many occasions to count, I saw my father tear stories out of the newspaper about people whom he had never met who were facing some injustice or hardship. He'd write a note to his assistant in a signature black felt-tip pen and request that the person be found and invited to Trump Tower to meet with him. He would talk to them and then draw upon his extensive network to find them a job or get them a break. And they would leave his office, as people so often do after having been with Donald Trump, feeling that life could be great again. Throughout my entire life, I have witnessed his empathy and generosity towards others, especially those who are suffering. It is just his way of being in your corner when you're down. My father not only has the strength and ability necessary to be our next president, but also the kindness and compassion that will enable him to be the leader that this country needs. My father has a sense of fairness that touches every conviction he's held. I've worked alongside of him for more than a decade now at the Trump Organization, and I've seen how he operates as a leader, making important decisions that shape careers and that change lives. I've learned a lot about the world from walking construction jobs by his side. When run properly, construction sites are true meritocracies. Competence in the building trades is easy to spot, and incompetence is impossible to hide. These sites are also incredible melting pots, gathering people from all walks of life and uniting them to work towards a single mission. There have always been men of all background and ethnicities on my father's job sites, and long before it was commonplace, you also saw women. My father values talent. He recognizes real knowledge and skill when he finds it. He is colorblind and gender neutral. He hires the best person for the job, period. Words and promises, no matter how visionary they sound, will only get you so far. In our business, you're not a builder unless you've got a building to show for it. Or in my father's case, city skylines. Most people strive their entire lives to achieve great success in a single industry. My father has succeeded in many, on the highest level and on a global scale. One of the reasons he has thrived as an entrepreneur is because he listens to everyone. Billionaire executives don't usually ask the people doing the work for their opinion of the work. My father is an exception. On every one of his projects, you'll see him talking to the super, the painter, the engineers, the electricians. He'll ask them for their feedback, if they think something should be done differently or could be done better. When Donald Trump is in charge, all that counts is ability, effort, and excellence. This has long been the philosophy at the Trump Organization. At my father's company, there are more female than male executives. Women are paid equally for the work that we do, and when a woman becomes a mother, she is supported, not shut out. Women represent 46% of the total U.S. labor force, and 40% of American households have female primary breadwinners. In 2014, women made 83 cents for every dollar earned by a man. Single women without children earn 94 cents for each dollar earned by a man, whereas married mothers made only 77 cents. As researchers have noted, gender is no longer the factor creating the greatest wage discrepancy in this country. Motherhood is. As president, my father will change the labor laws that were put in place at a time when women were not a significant portion of the workforce. And he will focus on making quality childcare affordable and accessible for all. As a mother myself of 3 young children, I know how hard it is to work while raising a family. And I also know that I'm far more fortunate than most. American families need relief. Policies that allow women with children to thrive should not be novelties, they should be the norm. Politicians talk about wage equality, but my father has made it a practice at his company throughout his entire career. He will fight for equal pay, for equal work, and I will fight for this too, right alongside of him. Americans today need an economy that permits people to rise again. A Trump presidency will turn the economy around and restore the great American tradition of giving each new generation hope for brighter opportunities than those of the generation that came before. In Donald Trump, you have a candidate who knows the difference between wanting something done and making it happen. When my father says that he will build a tower, keep an eye on the skyline. Floor by floor, a soaring structure will appear, usually record-setting in its height and iconic in its design. Real people are hired to do real work. Vision becomes reality. When my father says that he will make America great again, he will deliver. We have a chance this year to reclaim our heritage as a country that dreams big and makes the impossible happen. Fortunately, Donald Trump is incapable of thinking small. When I was a child, my father always told me, Ivanka, if you're going to be thinking anyway, you might as well think big. As president, my father will take on the bold and worthy fights. He will be unafraid to set lofty goals, and he will be relentless in his determination to achieve them. To people all over America, I say, when you have my father in your corner, you will never again have to worry about being let down. He will fight for you all the time, all the way, every time. Maybe it's the developer in him, but Donald Trump cannot stand to see empty main streets and boarded-up factories. He can't bear the injustice of college graduates who are crippled by student debt and mothers who can't afford the cost of the child care required to return to work to better the lives of their families. Other politicians see these hardships, see the unfairness of it all, and they say, I feel for you. Only my father will say, I'll fight for you. The hard-working men and women of this country identify with my father. He is tough, and he is persevering. He is honest, and he is real. He's an optimist, and he's a relentless believer in America and all of her potential. He loves his family, and he loves his country with his heart and his soul. Politicians ask to be judged by their promises, not their results. I ask you to judge my father by his results. Judge his values by those he's instilled in his children. Judge his competency by the towers he's built, the companies he's founded, and the tens of thousands of jobs he's created. He is the single most qualified person to serve as chief executive of an $18 trillion economy. My father will call upon the best and brightest people from all spheres of industry and both sides of the aisle, a new set of thinkers to face our country's existing and future problems with fresh perspective and brave new solutions. Come January 17, all things will be possible again. We can hope and dream and think big again. No one has more faith in the American people than my father. He will be your greatest, your truest, and your most loyal champion. This is the fighter, the doer that you have chosen as your nominee. In ways no one expected, this moment in the life of our country has defined a mission and given it to an extraordinary man. He is ready to see it all the way through, to speak to every man and every woman of every background in every part of this great country, to earn your trust and to earn your vote. He earned that and much more from me a long time ago. I have loved and respected him my entire life, and I could not be more proud tonight to present to you and to all of America my father and our next president, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Friends, delegates, and fellow Americans, I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States. USA, 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 USA. Who would have believed that when we started this journey on June 16th last year, we, and I say we, because we are a team, would have received almost 14 million votes, the most in the history of the Republican Party, and that the Republican Party would get 60% more votes than it received 8 years ago. Who would have believed this? Who would have believed this? The Democrats, on the other hand, received 20% fewer votes than they got 4 years ago. Not so good, not so good. Together, we will lead our party back to the White House, and we will lead our country back to safety, prosperity, and peace. We will be a country of generosity and warmth, but we will also be a country of law and order. Our convention occurs at a moment of crisis for our nation. The attacks on our police and the terrorism of our cities threaten our very way of life. Any politician who does not grasp this danger is not fit to lead our country. Americans watching this address tonight have seen the recent images of violence in our streets and the chaos in our communities. Many have witnessed this violence personally. Some have even been its victims. I have a message for all of you. The crime and violence that today afflicts our nation will soon, and I mean very soon, come to an end. Beginning on January 20th of 2017, safety will be restored. The most basic duty of government is to defend the lives of its own citizens. Any government that fails to do so is a government unworthy to lead. It is finally time for a straightforward assessment of the state of our nation. I will present the facts plainly and honestly. We cannot afford to be so politically correct anymore. So if you want to hear the corporate spin, the carefully crafted lies, and the media myths, the Democrats are holding their convention next week. Go there. But here at our convention, there will be no lies. We will honor the American people with the truth and nothing else. These are the facts. Decades of progress made in bringing down crime are now being reversed by this administration's rollback of criminal enforcement. Homicides last year increased by 17% in America's 50 largest cities. That's the largest increase in 25 years. In our nation's capitals, killings have risen by 50%. They're up nearly 60% in nearby Baltimore. In the president's hometown of Chicago, more than 2,000 people have been the victim of shootings this year alone, and almost 4,000 have been killed in the Chicago area since he took office. The number of police officers killed in the line of duty has risen by almost 50% compared to this point last year. Nearly 180,000 illegal immigrants with criminal records ordered deported from our country are tonight roaming free to threaten peaceful citizens. The number of new illegal immigrant families who have crossed the border so far this year already exceeds the entire total from 2015. They are being released by the tens of thousands into our communities with no regard for the impact on public safety or resources. One such border crosser was released and made his way to Nebraska. There, he ended the life of an innocent young girl named Sarah Root. She was 21 years old and was killed the day after graduating from college with a 4.0 grade point average, #1 in her class. Her killer was then released a second time, and he is now a fugitive from the law. I've met Sarah's beautiful family, but to this administration, their amazing daughter was just one more American life that wasn't worth protecting. No more. One more child to sacrifice on the order and on the altar of open borders. What about our economy? Again, I will tell you the plain facts that have been edited out of your nightly news and your morning newspaper. Nearly 4 in 10 African American children are living in poverty, while 58% of African American youth are now not employed. 2 million more Latinos are in poverty today than when President Obama took his oath of office less than 8 years ago. Another 14 million people have left the workforce entirely. Household incomes are down more than $4,000 since the year 2000. That's 16 years ago. Our trade deficit in goods reached nearly, think of this, our trade deficit is $800 billion. Yeah, think of that, $800 billion. Last year alone, we're going to fix that. The budget is no better. President Obama has almost doubled our national debt to more than $19 trillion and growing. And yet, what do we have to show for it? Our roads and bridges are falling apart. Our airports are third world condition. And 43 million Americans are on food stamps. Now, let us consider the state of affairs abroad. Not only have our citizens endured domestic disaster, but they've lived through one international humiliation after another, one after another. We all remember the images of our sailors being forced to their knees by their Iranian captors at gunpoint. This was just prior to the signing of the Iran deal, which gave back to Iran $150 billion and gave us absolutely nothing. It will go down in history as one of the worst deals ever negotiated. Another humiliation came when President Obama drew a red line in Syria, and the whole world knew it meant absolutely nothing. In Libya, our consulate, the symbol of American prestige around the globe, was brought down in flames. America is far less safe, and the world is far less stable than when Obama made the decision to put Hillary Clinton in charge of America's foreign policy. Let's defeat her in November. Okay? I am certain that it was a decision that President Obama truly regrets. Her bad instincts and her bad judgment, something pointed out by Bernie Sanders, are what caused so many of the disasters unfolding today. Let's review the record. In 2009, pre-Hillary, ISIS was not even on the map. Libya was stable. Egypt was peaceful. Iraq was seeing, and really a big, big reduction in violence. Iran was being choked by sanctions. Syria was somewhat under control. After 4 years of Hillary Clinton, what do we have? ISIS has spread across the region and the entire world. Libya is in ruins, and our ambassador and his staff were left helpless to die at the hands of savage killers. Egypt was turned over to the radical Muslim Brotherhood, forcing the military to retake control. Iraq is in chaos. Iran is on the path to nuclear weapons. Syria is engulfed in a civil war, and a refugee crisis now threatens the West. After 15 years of wars in the Middle East, after trillions of dollars spent and thousands of lives lost, the situation is worse than it has ever been before. This is the legacy of Hillary Clinton: death, destruction, terrorism, and weakness. But Hillary Clinton's legacy does not have to be America's legacy. The problems we face now, poverty and violence at home, war and destruction abroad, will last only as long as we continue relying on the same politicians who created them in the first place. A change in leadership is required to produce a change in outcomes. Tonight, I will share with you my plan for Action for America. The most important difference between our plan and that of our opponent is that our plan will put America first. Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo as long as we are led by politicians who will not put America first. Then we can be assured that other nations will not treat America with respect, the respect that we deserve. The American people will come first once again. My plan will begin with safety at home, which means safe neighborhoods, secure borders, and protection from terrorism. There can be no prosperity without law and order. On the economy, I will outline reforms to add millions of new jobs and trillions in new wealth that can be used to rebuild America. A number of these reforms that I will outline tonight will be opposed by some of our nation's most powerful special interests. That's because these interests have rigged our political and economic system for their exclusive benefit. Believe me, it's for their benefit. big business, elite media, and major donors are lining up behind the campaign of my opponent because they know she will keep our rigged system in place. They are throwing money at her because they have total control over every single thing she does. She is their puppet, and they pull the strings. That is why Hillary Clinton's message is that things will never change, never ever. My message is that things have to change, and they have to change right now. Every day, I wake up determined to deliver a better life for the people all across this nation that have been ignored, neglected, and abandoned. I have visited the laid-off factory workers and the communities crushed by our horrible and unfair trade deals. These are the forgotten men and women of our country, and they are forgotten, but they're not going to be forgotten long. These are people who work hard, but no longer have a voice. I am your voice. I have embraced crying mothers who have lost their children because our politicians put their personal agendas before the national good. I have no patience for injustice. How great are our police, and how great is Cleveland? Thank you. I have no patience for injustice, no tolerance for government incompetence, of which there is so much, no sympathy for leaders who fail their citizens. When innocent people suffer because our political system lacks the will or the courage or the basic decency to enforce our laws, or still worse, has sold out to some corporate lobbyist for cash, I am not able to look the other way, and I won't look the other way. And when a Secretary of State illegally stores her emails on a private server, deletes 33,000 of them so the authorities can't see her crime, puts our country at risk, lies about it in every different form, and faces no consequence, I know that corruption has reached a level like never, ever before in our country. When the FBI director says that the Secretary of State was extremely careless and negligent in handling our classified secrets, I also know that these terms are minor compared to what she actually did. They were just used to save her from facing justice for her terrible, terrible crimes. In fact, her single greatest accomplishment may be committing such egregious crime and getting away with it, especially when others who have done far less have paid so dearly. When that same Secretary of State rakes in millions and millions of dollars trading access and favors to special interests and foreign powers, I know the time for action has come. I have joined the political arena so that the powerful can no longer beat up on people who cannot defend themselves. Nobody knows the system better than me. Which is why I alone can fix it. I have seen firsthand how the system is rigged against our citizens, just like it was rigged against Bernie Sanders. He never had a chance, never had a chance. But his supporters will join our movement because we will fix his biggest single issue, trade deals that strip our country of its jobs and strip us of our wealth as a country. Millions of Democrats will join our movement because we are going to fix the system so it works fairly and justly for each and every American. In this cause, I am proud to have at my side the next Vice President of the United States, Governor Mike Pence of Indiana. And a great guy. We will bring the same economic success to America that Mike brought to Indiana, which is amazing. He is a man of character and accomplishment. He is the man for the job. The first task for our new administration will be to liberate our citizens from the crime and terrorism and lawlessness that threatens our communities. America was shocked to its core when our police officers in Dallas were so brutally executed. Immediately after Dallas, we've seen continued threats and violence against our law enforcement officials. Law officers have been shot or killed in recent days in Georgia, Missouri, Wisconsin, Kansas, Michigan, and Tennessee. On Sunday, more police were gunned down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. 3 were killed, and 3 were very, very badly injured. An attack on law enforcement is an attack on all Americans. I have a message to every last person threatening the peace on our streets and the safety of our police. When I take the oath of office next year, I will restore law and order to our country. Believe me, believe me. I will work with and appoint the best and brightest prosecutors and law enforcement officials to get the job properly done. In this race for the White House, I am the law and order candidate. The irresponsible rhetoric of our president, who has used the pulpit of the presidency to divide us by race and color, has made America a more dangerous environment than, frankly, I have ever seen and anybody in this room has ever watched or seen. This administration has failed America's inner cities. Remember, it has failed America's inner cities. It's failed them on education. It's failed them on jobs. It's failed them in crime. It's failed them in every way and on every single level. When I am president, I will work to ensure that all of our kids are treated equally and protected equally. Every action I take, I will ask myself, does this make better for young Americans in Baltimore, in Chicago, in Detroit, in Ferguson, who have really, in every way, folks, the same right to live out their dreams as any other child in America? Any other child. To make life safe for all of our citizens, we must also address the growing threats we face from outside the country. We are going to defeat the barbarians of ISIS, and we're going to defeat them fast. Once again, France is the victim of brutal Islamic terrorism. Men, women, and children viciously mowed down, lives ruined, families ripped apart, a nation in mourning. The damage and devastation that can be inflicted by Islamic radicals has been proven over and over. At the World Trade Center, at an office party in San Bernardino, at the Boston Marathon, at a military recruiting center in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and many, many other locations. Only weeks ago, in Orlando, Florida, 49 wonderful Americans were savagely murdered by an Islamic terrorist. This time, the terrorist targeted LGBTQ community. No good, and we're going to stop it. As your president, I will do everything in my power to protect our LGBTQ citizens from the violence and oppression of a hateful foreign ideology. Believe me. And I have to say, as a Republican, it is so nice to hear you cheering for what I just said. Thank you. To protect us from terrorism, we need to focus on three things. We must have the best, absolutely the best gathering of intelligence anywhere in the world. The best. We must abandon the failed policy of nation building and regime change that Hillary Clinton pushed in Iraq, in Libya, in Egypt, and in Syria. Instead, we must work with all of our allies who share our goal of destroying ISIS and stamping out Islamic terrorism, and doing it now, doing it quickly. We're going to win. We're going to win fast. This includes working with our greatest ally in the region, the State of Israel. Recently, I have said that NATO was obsolete because it did not properly cover terror, and also that many of the member countries were not paying their fair share. As usual, the United States has been picking up the cost. Shortly thereafter, it was announced that NATO will be setting up a new program in order to combat terrorism, a true step in the right direction. Lastly, and very importantly, we must immediately suspend immigration from any nation that has been compromised by terrorism until such time as proven vetting mechanisms have been put in place. We don't want them in our country. My opponent has called for a radical 550% increase in Syrian, think of this, this is not believable, but this is what's happening, a 550% increase in Syrian refugees on top of the existing massive refugee flows coming into our country already under the leadership of President Obama. She proposes this despite the fact that there's no way to screen these refugees in order to find out who they are or where they come from. I only want to admit individuals into our country who will support our values and love our people. Anyone who endorses violence, hatred, or oppression is not welcome in our country and never, ever will be. Decades of record immigration have produced lower wages and higher unemployment for our citizens, especially for African American and Latino workers. We are going to have an immigration system that works, but one that works for the American people. On Monday, we heard from 3 parents whose children were killed by illegal immigrants: Marianne Mendoza, Sabine Durden, and my friend, Jamil Shaw. They're just 3 brave representatives of many thousands who have suffered so gravely. Of all my travels in this country, nothing has affected me more, nothing even close, I have to tell you, than the time I have spent with the mothers and fathers who have lost their children to violence spilling across our borders, which we can solve. We have to solve it. These families have no special interest to represent them. There are no demonstrators to protect them, and certainly none to protest on their behalf. My opponent will never meet with them or share in their pain, believe me. Instead, my opponent wants sanctuary cities. But where was the sanctuary for Kate Steinle? Where was the sanctuary for the children of Marianne and Sabine and Jamil? Where was the sanctuary for all of the other? Oh, it's so sad to even be talking about it because we could solve this problem so quickly. Where was the sanctuary for all of the other Americans who have been so brutally murdered and who have suffered so horribly? These wounded American families have been alone, but they are not alone any longer. Tonight, this candidate and the whole nation stand in their corner to support them, to send them our love, and to pledge in their honor that we will save countless more families from suffering and the same awful fate. We are going to build a great border wall to stop illegal immigration, to stop the gangs and the violence, and to stop the drugs from pouring into our communities. I have been honored to receive the endorsement of America's Border Patrol agents. And will work directly with them to protect the integrity of our lawful immigration system. Lawful. By ending catch and release on the border, we will end the cycle of human smuggling and violence. Illegal border crossings will go down. We will stop it. It won't be happening very much anymore, believe me. Peace will be restored by enforcing the rules for millions who overstay their visas. Our laws will finally receive the respect that they deserve. Tonight, I want every American whose demands for immigration security have been denied, and every politician who has denied them, to listen very, very closely to the words I am about to say. On January 20th of 2017, the day I take the oath of office, Americans will finally wake up in a country where the laws of the United States are enforced. We are going to be considerate and compassionate to everyone. But my greatest compassion will be for our own struggling citizens. USA, USA, USA. My plan is the exact opposite of the radical and dangerous immigration policy of Hillary Clinton. Americans want relief from uncontrolled immigration, which is what we have now. Communities want relief, yet Hillary Clinton is proposing mass amnesty, mass immigration, and mass lawlessness. Her plan will overwhelm your schools and hospitals, further reduce your jobs and wages, and make it harder for recent immigrants to escape the tremendous cycle of poverty that they're going through right now, and make it almost impossible for them to join the middle class. I have a different vision for our workers. It begins with a new fair trade policy that protects our jobs and stands up to countries that cheat, of which there are many. It's been a signature message of my campaign from day one, and it will be a signature feature of my presidency from the moment I take the oath of office. I have made billions of dollars in business-making deals. Now I'm going to make our country rich again. Using the greatest business people in the world, which our country has, I am going to turn our bad trade agreements into great trade agreements. America has lost nearly 1/3 of its manufacturing jobs since 1997, following the enactment of disastrous trade deals supported by Bill and Hillary Clinton. Remember, it was Bill Clinton who signed NAFTA, one of the worst economic deals ever made by our country, or frankly, any other country. Never, ever again. I am going to bring back our jobs to Ohio and Pennsylvania and New York and Michigan and all of America. And I am not going to let companies move to other countries, firing their employees along the way without consequence. Not gonna happen anymore. My opponent, on the other hand, has supported virtually every trade agreement that has been destroying our middle class. She supported NAFTA, and she supported China's entrance into the World Trade Organization, another one of her husband's colossal mistakes and disasters. She supported the job-killing trade deal with South Korea. She supported the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which will not only destroy our manufacturing, but it will make America subject to the rulings of foreign governments, and it's not going to happen. I pledge to never sign any trade agreement that hurts our workers or that diminishes our freedom and our independence. We will never, ever sign bad trade deals. America first. Again, America first. Instead, I will make individual deals with individual countries. No longer will we enter into these massive transactions with many countries that are thousands of pages long, and which no one from our country even reads or understands. We are going to enforce all trade violations against any country that cheats. This includes stopping China's outrageous theft of intellectual property, along with their illegal product dumping and their devastating currency manipulation. They are the greatest that ever came about. They are the greatest currency manipulators ever. Our horrible trade agreements with China and many others will be totally renegotiated. That includes renegotiating NAFTA to get a much better deal for America, and we'll walk away if we don't get that kind of a deal. Our country is going to start building and making things again. Next comes the reform of our tax laws, regulations, and energy rules. While Hillary Clinton plans a massive, and I mean massive, tax increase, I have proposed the largest tax reduction of any candidate who has run for president this year, Democrat or Republican. Middle-income Americans and businesses will experience profound relief, and taxes will be greatly simplified for everyone. I mean everyone. America is one of the highest taxed nations in the world. Reducing taxes will cause new companies and new jobs to come roaring back into our country. Believe me, it'll happen, and it'll happen fast. Then we're going to deal with the issue of regulation, one of the greatest job killers of them all. Excessive regulation is costing our country as much as $2 trillion a year, and we will end it very, very quickly. We are going to lift the restrictions on the production of American energy. This will produce more than $20 trillion in job-creating economic activity over the next 4 decades. My opponent, on the other hand, wants to put the great miners and the great steelworkers of our country out of work and out of business. That will never happen with Donald J. Trump as president. Our steelworkers and our miners are going back to work again. With these new economic policy, trillions and trillions of dollars will start flowing into our country. This new wealth will improve the quality of life for all Americans. We will build the roads, highways, bridges, tunnels, airports, and the railways of tomorrow. This, in turn, will create millions of more jobs. We will rescue kids from failing schools by helping their parents send them to a safe school of their choice. My opponent would rather protect bureaucrats than serve American children. And that's what she's doing, and that's what she's done. We will repeal and replace disastrous Obamacare. You will be able to choose your own doctor again. And we will fix TSA at the airports, which is a total disaster. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to work with all of our students who are drowning in debt to take the pressure off these young people just starting out in their adult lives. Tremendous problem. We will completely rebuild our depleted military. And the countries that we are protecting at a massive cost to us will be asked to pay their fair share. We will take care of our great veterans like they have never been taken care of before. My just-released 10-point plan has received tremendous veteran support. We will guarantee those who serve this country will be able to visit the doctor or hospital of their choice without waiting 5 days on a line and dying. My opponent dismissed the VA scandal. One more sign of how out of touch she really is. We are going to ask every department head in government to provide a list of wasteful spending on projects that we can eliminate in my first 100 days. The politicians have talked about this for years, but I'm going to do it. We are going to appoint justices of the United States Supreme Court who will uphold our laws and our Constitution. The replacement of our beloved Justice Scalia will be a person of similar views, principles, and judicial philosophies. Very important. This will be one of the most important issues decided by this election. My opponent wants to essentially abolish the Second Amendment. on the other hand, received the early and strong endorsement of the National Rifle Association and will protect the right of all Americans to keep their families safe. At this moment, I would like to thank the evangelical and religious community, because I'll tell you what, the support that they've given me, and I'm not sure I totally deserve it, has been so amazing and has had such a big reason for me being here tonight. True, so true. They have much to contribute to our politics, yet our laws prevent you from speaking your minds from your own pulpits. An amendment pushed by Lyndon Johnson many years ago threatens religious institutions with a loss of their tax-exempt status if they openly advocate their political views. Their voice has been taken away. I am going to work very hard to repeal that language and to protect free speech for all Americans. We can accomplish these great things and so much more. All we need to do is start believing in ourselves and in our country again. Start believing. It is time to show the whole world that America is back, bigger and better and stronger than ever before. In this journey, I'm so lucky to have at my side my wife, Melania, and my wonderful children, Don, Ivanka, Eric, Tiffany, and Barron. You will always be my greatest source of pride and joy. And by the way, Melania and Ivanka, did they do a job? My dad, Fred Trump, was the smartest and hardest working man I ever knew. I wonder sometimes what he'd say if he were here to see this and to see me tonight. It's because of him that I learned from my youngest age to respect the dignity of work and the dignity of working people. He was a guy most comfortable in the company of bricklayers and carpenters and electricians. And I have a lot of that in me also. I love those people. Then there's my mother, Mary. She was strong, but also warm and fair-minded. She was a truly great mother. She was also one of the most honest and charitable people that I have ever known. and a great, great judge of character. She could pick them out from anywhere. To my sisters, Mary Ann and Elizabeth, my brother, Robert, and my late brother, Fred, I will always give you my love. You are most special to me. I have had a truly great life in business, but now my sole and exclusive mission is to go to work for our country, to go to work for you. It's time to deliver a victory for the American people. We don't win anymore, but we are going to start winning again. But to do that, we must break free from the petty politics of the past. America is a nation of believers, dreamers, and strivers that is being led by a group of censors, critics, and cynics. Remember, all of the people telling you you can't have the country you want are the same people that wouldn't stand. I mean, they said Trump doesn't have a chance of being here tonight. Not a chance. The same people. Oh, we love defeating those people, don't we? Don't we love defeating those people? Love it, love it, love it. No longer can we rely on those same people in the media and politics who will say anything to keep our rigged system in place. Instead, we must choose to believe in America. History is watching us now. We don't have much time, but history is watching. It's waiting to see if we will rise to the occasion and if we will show the whole world that America is still free and independent and strong. I am asking for your support tonight so that I can be your champion in the White House, and I will be your champion. My opponent asks her supporters to recite a 3-word loyalty pledge. It reads, "I'm with her." I choose to recite a different pledge. My pledge reads, "I'm with you, the American people." I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. To all Americans tonight, in all of our cities and in all of our towns, I make this promise. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. God bless you and good night. I love you.
Yeah.
Please welcome the Speaker of the House and permanent chair of the convention, Paul Ryan.
All right. It is now my pleasure to introduce the Auxiliary Bishop Emeritus of Cleveland to lead us in tonight's benediction. Please give a warm welcome to the Most Reverend Roger Grease.
What a party, huh? What a party. I'll tell you what, I hope you never forget Cleveland, because we will never forget you.
Thank you, Cleveland.
You brought another championship to Cleveland tonight. My friends, with firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, let us pray. Almighty God, we beg your continued blessings on this assembly and on all those who proudly call America home. We ask your benediction upon those yet to be born and those who are about to see you at the end of this life. Bless all of us whose ancestors arrived on these shores generations ago, as well as those who have come recently and those who will come in the future. We lift up to your loving care those afflicted by the recent terrorist attacks and the tragic killings of citizens and police. And we ask for the grace to stand in solidarity with all those who suffer. May we strive to include your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free in the production and prosperity of a people so richly blessed. O loving and merciful God, we ask your guidance for those who govern us, the President and Vice President, the Congress, the Supreme Court, and on all those who seek to serve the common good by seeking public office, especially Donald J. Trump and Governor Mike Pence. Make them all worthy to serve you by serving your country. Help them remember that the only just government is the government that serves its citizens rather than itself. Almighty God, we thank you as well for the gift of liberty. Renew in all of our people a respect for religious freedom in the full, that the most cherished freedom, and make us ever grateful for all those who for more than 2 centuries have given their lives in freedom's defense. We commend their noble souls to your eternal care, as even now we beg your mighty hand upon our beloved safety forces and all our men and women in uniform. May we know the truth of your creation, respecting every life of every human being from conception to natural death, and give us strength and the courage to bring the pro-life platform of this 2016 Republican National Convention to fulfillment. And may we grow in our love for you, our God, and love our neighbor as ourselves. And we pray that we will bring America back to life, bring America back to work, and bring America together, one nation under God. And we beseech your blessing on all who depart from here this evening, and on all those of every land who seek to conduct their lives in freedom. But most of all, Almighty God, we thank you for the great gift of our beloved country. Dear God, bless America, you who live and reign forever and ever. Amen?
Amen. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good luck to you. Thank you. God bless you, too. Thank you. Thank you, man. The chair recognizes the delegate from the state of Michigan.
Mr.
Chairman, I am Ronna Romney McDaniel from Michigan, and I move that the 2016 Republican National Convention, having completed its business, do now stand adjourned. Sine die!
Thank you. The question is now occurs on the motion to adjourn sine die. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Accordingly, the 2016 Republican National Convention does adjourn sine die.